Good morning. How's it going? Managed to start before noon. That means we have all kinds of time for activities. What? Oops. Figured out how to make the display thing display the numbers, sort of. Hmm. Wonder if that works. No. Right now I'm trying to, I made a little simple clock to keep track of how long these test setups were running. But it doesn't automatically display the number. You actually have to hover over to see it. So it's been 2M, which is 2 minutes and 21 seconds since I pasted this last. But I wanted to set it up so that it would display the numbers. Right now I'm trying to figure out why why it doesn't want to show 0. And that's because with this modulus, 10 modulus 10 would result in 0, which then completely wipes the signal. So my 0 equals show 0 doesn't work, so the 0 display is not working right now. I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. I really thought that this would work. I thought that if all input signals meet the condition it will pass, it is true when there are no inputs, would work. It is true when there are no inputs. So if it's wiped out the signal, then shouldn't it be true and therefore display the 0? Like, and, whoa. Weird. It displays the 0. then it skips. Right. Yeah. Weird. Why is this able to... Oh, because of the M? Instead of doing each, I'll just do S. Alright. Alright, so that properly is showing 0 now. That's why the 0 wasn't working before. 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Okay, so that's the seconds column. So now I want this wired to its own dude. Let's put this one facing that. How do we isolate the seconds place? Ba-ba-bum-bum. Modulus is this one. Yeah, I'm already doing mod 60 here. But that doesn't... That just counts 60, up to 60. But now I just want to display the second, like the first number. I don't want to display the singles. True, yeah, we could round down. Could just be... Could be each modulus 60, then divided by 10? So couldn't I just do modulus 6? No. It would have to be another combinator. If we say S divided by 10, output S. Ba-bum. And then pass that to this one. Works. Alright, next. Bum. Okay. Now we take the M. Yeah, this isn't wired yet. 8 minutes. Okay, get rid of that one. Copy this in. Get another one of these. We're doing M divided by 10, output M to get the next numbers. H. I don't know why I ended up working on this project, but I was reading about stuff. Like last night, Talkmore and I were goofing off with combinators for a while. That's what this whole build is. We came up with a plan. This is a new and improved thinger. I'll demonstrate that in a second. Missed 3. You meant on this one, right? Okay, but I got it. Okay, that one's good. That one goes here. This is H. Put H. And I'm not worried about tracking more than some amount of hours, like, you know. I wonder if it looks better to use steel plates. I'd like it if I could make those bigger, but you could skip that editing if you didn't insist on reading variables. I suppose, yeah, there probably is a smarter way to do it, right? Instead, because you could just do the math on the t-value. But may I ask why you're making a clock? Because I'm testing this system, so I want to delete it, restart it. Bum bum bum. And I wanted to be able to track how long the system has been running. I made a clock that I could just like copy paste it, and the whole point is to be able to see how quickly this thing runs and whether or not it breaks. So this is what Talkmore and I were working on last night. Talkmore came up with a parameterized blueprint that I think he'll need to import again. I don't think I took a copy of that, but the way that I was doing this before was this, where I'm using side loading and I'm tracking how much stuff's on the belts, and I'm trying to keep track of the barrels and all that shit. And it's 4 different ways I was trying to do it, and they kind of work, and it does make milk, but they don't all run, and still barrel overflow problems. And finally I realized the simplest way to fix the barrel overflow problem is just to filter the empties back out again and then reintroduce them. So then we were talking about, well, how many items do we actually need, and is there a smarter way to load the stuff up? Because the amount of stuff that you need isn't equal. Like, my system right here is using a flat value of S for supply, 200 of each item. But the recipe calls for 10 water barrels, 1 Corlex food. So if we're using S across the whole thing, then there's way more Corlex food than there needs to be relative to the amount of water barrels. Instead, we are looking at the total amount of stuff. What the math there is doing is saying how many of these machines exist, 36. And then of that, 36 machines want 10 water barrels twice, because they want to have a supply of 2, so we should have 720 water barrels. Plus, we're adding an extra... That 1k is not actually 1k, it's 1080, because we want the amount for one craft as well. Basically 3 times the stuff. And this then is now running through and using a select combinator randomized output to reduce the total need just to 5 specific items on a 1 second 1 second rotation. Well, not down to 5 specific items. But, okay, let me just start it over again and then watch how it works. It's pretty cool. Ba-bum, ba-bum. So everything goes in from the deposit. But just watch how this system... Am I getting a phone call again? Why am I not in Do Not Call? Do Not Disturb. There. So, if you compare this newer system that we were working on to the way that this one works, this one also has the old clock. Let me grab a copy of this clock. Let's delete and restart this one. See how this new system turns on the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth... It just turns them all on one after the other as they get loaded up. And then after it's... We did the math. It takes about 7 minutes to put this many total items onto a belt at 15 items a second. So it takes 7 minutes to get this thing running, but then after that the belts are perfectly balanced and it just feeds them whatever they want. Hawkmore, do you have your constant combinator parameterized thing that you did? I didn't get a copy of that. So the reason why we're putting all this time into it is because sushi belts are not going to go away with Pyanodons, for sure. Like, if we go back and look at the 2 for food setup, like, this sushi belt could be made a lot simpler if instead of having all of this, we just had the filter inserter that I just demonstrated here. Like, it just takes 1 loader. Or was it? 1 loader with a little bit of combinator logic. And it's just good. Plus it doesn't side load, so it doesn't run into the issue where it does all of this item, then all of this item, then all of this item, then all of this item, etc. Because it's using a splitter. But see how, again, I love how beautiful it is. It's just turning on, in this case it's kind of skipped this one, but that's fine. The inserters there's only a couple inserters, but they do keep up. There's only 1 input inserter, 2 output inserters to ensure that we can unload on either location, because the sushi belt can be quite full in some places. We haven't yet decided what the actual total number of items should really be. I was going to do some more experimentation with some combinator stuff I was trying to figure out here, so I wanted to make a multiplier where I can specify how full I want the belt to be, like 60% full, and then 60% gets turned into how many, like here, let's do math that we know the answer to. If we had 50% full belts, how many items should be on the belt? 4. 4 on every single tile, and then take the length of the belt, 4 times 8 possible supply, and then convert all that into, like, the actual... Basically, I was trying to do the same thing that he did with his constant combinator with parameterization to calculate what the target numbers are. And I wanted to make it like a dynamic test thing, because I'd still like to run multiple tests. I'm not convinced 100% that this is the exact correct number of items, but it does seem to work quite well. What a overflow. Into a void pipe. As you can see, it's been running for 5 minutes 23 seconds, and it's almost fully online. About half, a little over half. The last machines should kick in fairly quickly because they're just waiting on water barrels. This is a problem. Bum bum. Actually, what am I doing? This is a perfect use case for a loader for chutes. What are chutes exactly? Chutes are part of this, it's called Loaders Modernized, is the version of Loaders that we're using. Right here, Loaders-Modernized 1.0.5. And they are enabled by default. They are, I believe that they are mostly for Pyanodons, because this is a Pyanodons specific loader mod. And a chute is 7.5 items per second. So technically you can do this and have, like, well, it's more common the other direction. Like, you have that, and then you'll have 2 machines, so you're splitting whatever input belt is bringing in items, 7.5 into that machine, 7.5 into that machine. So they can't do a full belt. Like, if you... Bum, bum. You hear how it's going to be half full. Just physically can't do more than 7.5, so it's half speed of a belt. But we did the math. I did the math, and based on entities and the total UPS that all of our oh, I want entity usage. Chutes are technically considered a loader, so based on the amount of UPS cost, this is a number that shows the, like, how many milliseconds of calculation each of these things is using. Right now we're using 1.3 seconds of time to calculate 1.3 milliseconds, excuse me, of time to calculate all of the inserters on the map. And if this number plus all of the other numbers ever get up to 16.6 milliseconds, that's when we'll stop being able to perform the game at 60 UPS. Right now, my computer's handling it just fine with an average use of about 5 to 6 milliseconds. Fully 2/3 of the time out of every real-life second is being used to sleep and do nothing. But, basically, long story short, chutes replace the need for about 3 inserters. So anything that needs more than 3 inserters, a chute is better for performance-wise. And also, they're just really efficient, and they don't cost any energy, and they're kind of broken in terms of cost. 8 iron plates makes 2 chutes. But, yeah, they're good. Alright, so this thing has been running now for over almost 10 minutes. I'm really liking this display. I did that. I could make it smaller. I could get rid of some of this stuff, probably, but I don't think it matters. So look, every single machine is now working. There's this hodgepodge of trash on the belts. And the longer the system runs, the more spread out the items will get. There is this happening. Why is this happening? Is there too many barrels? Because we're forcing barrels out. I see what's happened. This is my fault. Bum. Simpler solution. Let's just do this. Alright, so then if we hover over any of this, we can see the total amount of stuff that's on the belts inside the sushi belt thing. And if we look at the target, that's this number of things. There's way too many empty barrels, but those should all come off soon. Okay, cool, talk more. So it's the... probably this one, I would assume. So in this case, to do what we had done, if we're doing the... we're looking for filled milk barrel. It's this one. 3x filled milk barrel is the actual product. And then number of machines, I think I said 36 is what we're using, and then 2, and then boom, it'll just do that and say what the numbers are. 720, and then you can run that through the thing and then go from there. number of empty barrels should be coming down as it does its loop. You think, is this one supposed to be set to the water barrels or to the empties? The outside lane was jamming only because I messed up the total number of empties on there. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Talkmore, you already did some summing of the empties, right? Do you have a priority for stuff on the belt over adding to the belt at the splitter? Like an input priority here? Or perhaps it should be the other way. Keep this thing flowing. Yeah, they don't... This is releasing stuff from the deposit, but we don't... We are measuring. We're measuring on hold everything that's here, everything that's out there. Like, we're keeping track of it everywhere. The only technical places that we lose track of it is in the splitter and in the splitter. You can wire splitters up now, which is fascinating, but you can't track what's in a splitter. There's no track contents. But the splitter itself, if you hover over it, only ever holds like 4 to 6 items, so that part doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter. But the total number of empties is going down. It was at like 400 back when I had messed it up, and now it's slowly bleeding them all out. So another idea that we had, that I would like to do, and I don't remember where we built it. Shoot, I hope we remembered to import that part. Crap. Must have done it in a different part. Well, I can reproduce it real quick. So in the real world, a completely different way of solving the problem, but like we are making the barrels here. And then we had a arithmetic combinator wired to itself. Each... No, it's not. This part's not wired to itself. I forget how to do the SR latch, the memory cell. Try to reproduce it here. Talk more if you wanted to help me along, because I forget how to do it. This is another, like, solution. Like, I wanted to create something that would make a finite number of barrels, just keep track of how many it's made, and then once that's done, it would then send the steel forward into the warehouse. Possibly even do a global, like, speaker alert that says job's done, and then that way I could know that it's time to decon the thing. So the original station could request the steel needed to make the barrels, then it just does the thing, and then it tells you when it's done, and then you can delete it. That kind of thing. Because the main thing I want is to, I don't want to have to babysit these builds, the sushi builds in particular. Like, I want to be able to copy paste this into a train grid brick thing, and then have it just get built, and then just work. I don't want to have to go out and manually deliver barrels. I don't want to have to keep track of how many it's got. If it needs more, it should just make them. If it needs... That being said, I don't want to keep this there forever, and I don't want to deliver 4,000 steel only to make 1,000 barrels and then have 3,000 steel sitting in this deposit forever. That too seems kind of stupid. Hence the desire for auto decon. Is this the memory cell with no reset? Cool. Thank you. So if we feed this into that, and then we output these into whatever. Ba-ba-bum. And then we can have this belt say enable disable when ba-ba-bum, when green check is greater than 0. Ba-bum. We can also wire the inserters. Enable disable when green check is greater than. So what this is doing now is keeping track of how many times it's completed a entity. This is slightly better than checking what's in the chest or in the barrel, because if we wanted to start using them right away, then we'd like lose track of it, I guess. Barcelota, thank you for the raid. Happy Monday, I think it is. No one wants to connect to that. Alright, so then for sake of testing, let's reduce the target to just like 10. Delete it, restart it. Get the steel supply a little bit closer. So we're just gonna make until we've completed the job X number of times, and then it'll go over generally by 2 crafts because of the way that inserters refill the machine. If I tell it to craft until 10, then it's going to go to about that. And I'm not going to worry about 1 or 2 extra crafts, but So then we could also say bum to like a speaker. If we wanted to make it annoying. Doesn't have to be annoying, but when green check equals 2, we're ending up with 3. I accidentally loop it back. Bum. Bum. So we could do something like that. A raid and I don't quit in a few minutes, I know, right? We are now on day, what, 25 of Pyanodons? The only drawback to something like this is that it would still require you to set up a one-off, like a request at the train station for steel. And then if this logic then kicks the steel out and then lets the steel go into an output warehouse, this is the next problem I'm trying to solve, is... Let's say we've used 1,000 steel to make 1,000 barrels. Well, then there's 3,000 steel still there. 3,000 is then pushed forward into the output warehouse over on this side. But 3,000 is not 4,000, so it's never going to be enough to pick up, to cause a train to come pick up that supply of steel. Another solution would be to figure out how to just send a one-time train request to only deliver 1,000 steel up front, which would probably be easier. But that's a talk more question. Like, I don't know how to tell a train with CyberSyn that it only needs to show up once. This is concerning. Why isn't this working? Ba-bum. Talkmore, I think you did this. Did you do this or did I did this? I think this needs to have input priority on left. It needs to be able to unbarrel. I think it also wants another inserter. Actual solution would be to have item ghosts in the blueprint. Is length of the belt times 8 more or less more than total number of pushed items? In this case, the sum of all is here, so... Here, I can just to a combinator. I'm loving combinators lately. Bum, bum, bum. Rather than do the math myself, we want to take each times 1. Now put as like signal T for total. It's 2,628 total items needed. And this belt, as measured around here, is 410. There's also some storage on this part, so add 15. So like 425 times 8. We can store 3,400 items on just the belts. But keep in mind that 2 out of the 3 items are all going to be in the machines. So like, there's more than enough space for all those items. I think the only reason that some of the machines shut down is because of that milk prioritization. It wasn't able to unload the filled barrels. Now there's 500 empties on there. And that's so many at once, or... yeah, it only wants 300 empties. The total number of empty milk barrels should go down as the total number of filled milk barrels gets processed, which, just looking at it right now, it is slowly going down. 300, 290, should stabilize over time. It'll still try to keep... yeah, so we're not measuring what's inside the containers, but we... or sorry, inside the machine, but we could. I want to give this a restart, because I think that it's really far gone. There was the issue with the empty barrels, there was the issue with the milk being not prioritized as input. But now we have this. I still wish these numbers were like full-size numbers. There is a mod that comes to mind called Nixie Tubes, but I'm pleased with the ability to do this using vanilla display ports, display panels. I wonder though if there's a way to... yeah, they do look better, but this is pretty, isn't it? Alright, since I'm looking at the clock again, how could I make this simpler? I'm currently keeping track of T, which is the total number of ticks that have passed. I'm then passing that through something to create 3 separate signals of S, M, and H based on math. But I think you're right that instead of that, I could just use S for all of the displays. Like... if I wanted to calculate the minutes place just off of T, divided by 60, but that's after taking, so it's just divided by 3600, right? Here, let's copy this and make a new version to test around with. If instead of M, I just kill these. Kill all this, and let's just use T. I'm going to say T. T here. T or S would work, but T for time makes more sense to me if I'm using it for everything. Okay, so then we want to, instead of modulus 10, you think I do? I think that I can do it off one signal. It will still take... This is just 6 combinators. It would end up being the same number of combinators, I guess. I would have a combinator here, here. So it's the same, isn't it? It's not going to save any combinators if I've got to do a step to convert it. What I would need to do is run this. And then this one's just going to be this divided by 60 for the seconds. And then that one goes there. This is all using T now. It's just 2 different ways to do the same thing, isn't it? I'm wasting time just... Here we would be dividing by 3600. No, 360. Whatever. This one would be the 3600. Minutes. And then this one I have to do the modulus 10. This one's divided by 10. Whatever. I don't even know why I'm trying to figure it out. The way I have it, it's the same number of combinators. Right? So there's no point. Plus this is more organized logically, like from a person's perspective, a human. I'm a real human, I swear. So like, whatever. Grinhawk, thank you for continuing to watch many streams. Alright, so this is working. All of the machines have turned on. This system has been running for 8 minutes now. It takes about 6 to 7 to get everything fully up and running. Let's just let it run for an indeterminate amount of time, like another 10 minutes or something, and then come back and see if anything is broken. I don't think that we need to track the contents of the containers. Not sure if I should. Yeah, I really don't want to send a whole train full of empty barrels either. It'd be 8,000 steel if we ended up making them local or making them elsewhere. I think that making them on spot, on site, is a good idea. So, after all that testing though, I think that it's very clear that this system is not very good. And the water barreling over here is not good. Water barreling and stuff should happen completely separate from putting on and off. I guess I'm gonna run over there and rip some of that up. How are the baby Corlex looking? Item ingredient shortage. You have no water barrels. Because water barrels are supposed to be coming in from delivery, but there's water barrels being made here. Why are we using slow inserters? Let's see. My little Corlex puppies. Like somebody... I remember noticing at the very end there that we had an error on the machines. The machines themselves were told to enable disable, which is not correct. I think we have enough that have been made that it's probably safe to allow the inserters to put them into passive providers. Some of them might end up getting shipped off way over there into these things. But we've got 4 machines working non-stop now, making more. In fact, here's like just, we need so many freaking Corlex that we should just keep doing this. Easy squeezy. Hey, hello, there's a name I don't recognize. How's it going? I have a lot of little notes that I need to remember to work on today. This was a needs upgrade. Jaywee. Leo's here. Is this your note from yesterday, Jaleo, or was it Jaywee? Oh, Jaywee's here too. Oh, I see. There's a scroll bar now. I have too many notes. Make actual Corlex. I did that. Yay. Remember to check on water barrel saturation. I've been doing that. Consider making big mixed ores / stone here. Yeah. The perfect location for it, because we already have the copper, and now we have the... whatever this stuff is. Nickel. What was the thing we can get from meat? Was it tin or was it nickel? We have a recipe to make meat into tin, not nickel. This wants 1.6. That's a belt of nickel, a belt of copper, and a half belt of rare ore. The copper's being mined here though, so it's stacked copper. And stacked nickel. Not stacked nickel. Wait. Is stacked, yes. A rare earth ore would still have to be trained in. But that works out perfectly. Because if the belts of copper are double throughput and the belt of nickel is double throughput, and the belt of rare earth is not, but it only needs half as much. It's basically all equal. That's perfect. One belt of each. Can support a total of 10 machines then per belt, roughly. We just do bum. Probably just go underground. With chutes. One time, 2 times, 3 times. That's 10 machines in a row. 1 belt of each. What happened to my note? That's dumb. Oh well, whatever. I'm probably not going to make more than just a little bit of this, so... let's do it. We're going to make... oh, I also need to still set up the return feed. The actual product... tiny bit of stone. Altogether, we're getting 22, which will actually be slightly less than that. 30 out of 32 times 22. 20.6 items a second. I need another belt. Annoying. And do I want... I guess I actually want to reverse the belt. Yeah, because of where it's going to get placed. Bum bum. Oh, Corlex food is not being delivered well. That's right, I was still, like, manually feeding Corlex food, I think. Also, need at least one of these in here to get these ones started. No Kikalk. Remember to automate Tufra seed delivery. Yeah, that needs to happen too. Well, we just request Tufra seeds here. And honestly, I'll request the other thing as well. Where the hell is the damn... There. The Kikalk. We actually do need to export the Kikalk. Not just the Kikalk seeds, because they want to eat the Kikalk. Interesting. Remember a couple days ago I had specifically said that I don't think we need to do that. But we do. Make this logistics, and then... I'm gonna put Kikalk. And Tufra. Seeds. Actually, I'm not sure if Tufra seeds are available or if we need to import Tufra. Only 600 Tufra seeds available, 6,000 Tufra. Alright, let's import 2 for them. Okay, so they'll bring it there, and then this thing wants 0.52 for seeds per second, which we're going to make in a botanical nursery, which can make 1.6, so that's plenty. We can just set up a requester chest to bring over Tufra. Okay, that is automated Tufra seeds. Still need to talk about the steam engine stuff. Back to this project. I think I want to physically go there. Okay, that is somewhere. Here? Base is big, man. Yeah, Craig, so it ends up being, I don't know all the technical words, but it's something to do with, how Windows 11 has changed the host, like, scheduling? That priority? I don't know, I don't remember the words. Okay, I need to secure more of this tin ore. Please don't kill me, trains. Don't kill my trains. I'm gonna prioritize this new production. All this rare earth crap, whatever. I had to do rare earth stuff in order to make the first guy. Forlex. Okay, and then I'll need to bring in 3 lines of rare earths. Rare earth ore. Okay, almost done. Let's have this go here. Second line, third line. That was a bit much. Okay. Why are my robots not working? Okay, these lines are going to have a tiny, tiny bit of stone on them. Also, I think that this warehouse is full of too much stuff. Gotta lower these limits. Put the copper limit to 10k. This 10k. I'll just do a splitter here. Here and here. Filter for stone. You're gonna do stone less than 1,000. And the other thing is called mixed ores. That should do it. Get some of this over and see how it does. First column coming online. Second column. By column, of course, I mean row. I can say words. Double check that the mixed ore stuff is being properly limited. Alright, we have mixed ores online. Although I need to make space manually. Again. Bum. No longer working because no more rare earth ores, because well, we need a better supply. And I'm not sure that we're actually mining that much rare earth. This needs to get put online. Bum. Burning logic. Burning logic like what? What do you want it to do? Syngas. I mean, the way I've been doing burning fluid logic is surprisingly simple. If it's a fuel, like a burnable fuel, you can just put like multiple pumps in a row and they can all carry completely different fluids and it doesn't matter. Like it's a self-solving problem. If they pump 12,000 fluid per second in and then there's not enough of it, then it'll just do the next one or a different one or... What's it supposed to... It's trying to run on acetylene? It's really far away. I think that acetylene is one of those resources we don't want to use as a fuel because it's needed to mine. Well, all fluids are kind of used for mining at some point, but... yeah, it's surprising how hard it is to get out there. There's no train connection. Okay, well, I have done this project. We have rare earth ore turned into mixed ores. I'll head up there because I haven't, like, been on that side of the base in a while. Although I don't think I have a car. So I'm not requesting it. I keep on turning on trash unrequested. I'll take one car, please. Is that an item cannon? Yeah, it's a really cool... It's an alternative to nanobots. It's called Blueprint Shotgun, and it's awesome. I absolutely love the mod. It sounds really cool. It's got really... It's really well, like, made. Runs great. It's just good stuff. Surely there's a car somewhere. Surely I added car to Botmall. I would not be surprised if I did. Maybe I didn't. Nope, there it is. Give car. Okay, I'm on my way up there to fix that area. Yeah, I stole that car. I'm curious to see if it's filled in some of the milk thingers. Yeah, there's one that got delivered here. Couple here. It's not being the smartest in the world. This one's got 4. At delivering these as modules, but eventually. Just have to add more growth for it. Oh, that's why my robots aren't working. I'm out of fuel. Derp. Okay, this syngas is being used to cook copper. Sangoflegma. Cook copper and then go nowhere. I wonder how long it's been since he set this up. Could caravan it back. Do I have caravans? I think I turned off caravan management subgroup. I don't have any on me. Maybe I'll remember. Maybe not. Okay, let's cut the acetylene there. Acetylene is also going up here, but that's also just for this. It's not being used to mine, right? No. It's strictly a fuel line. It doesn't need to be acetylene. Okay, so logic then. Ba-ba-bum-bum. I like vanilla pumps. Bum-ba-bum-ba-bum. Let's just say if acetylene syngas. Bum, bum, bum. Acetylene is greater than syngas, then this one should be... I got them backwards. Acetylene is greater than syngas, therefore burn some acetylene. Yes. Acetylene have the same total fuel value, 1 megajoule versus much less, but I don't think we care about that. And just like that, I mean, pretty straightforward. I think it works. Multiple fluids. I mean, we're gonna burn through both at this rate. All that syngas supply is not enough either. But you see how, like, some of them are running on acetylene, some are running on syngas? You can have mixed fluid fuel lines quite easily. I guess it does a little weird stuff with the calcs, though, when they're both empty. Weird that it doesn't want to go much below. It was working better before it got down to 290. It burnt through like 7,000 of each, but now somehow at 290? I'm guessing what's happening is that at 290 it's not enough to actually fill the machines. So now they can't run. They probably need a certain amount of liquid. Interesting. Well, there's 25,000 syngas over there that I can get access to again. There's a pump right here. Well, that explains why there's a pump. Needs better overall fluid supply if we want to make much glass up here. Plus, where's the glass going? It's going back as molten, but it's not made in the train grid. Like, why do we even care about this molten glass? An ancient Erkovic antimony thing. Oh yeah, this is when I was going to expand it. Yeah, I remember when I... Was it me? I think I was planning on doubling it. I'm gonna rip all this up. We're not gonna use this. We're using train grids. Of course I have no space. So satisfying. ASMR, right? Crap. Too much stuff. And I don't have a gun to blow things up. Oh, car. Some of these belts might actually kind of matter. Can't tell. I don't know how I ended up going down this rabbit hole, but I'm just vacuuming old builds now. Somehow I got distracted and found myself far away from the trains. This water might be important. How am I full again already? What the hell? Well, that's all I can hold, so... guess I'm gonna stop cleaning. How do I get back to the trains? Drive through the old city? Try not to get hit. Try not to break everything. Remember way back when we used these paths? I do. Those are 1.6 million condensates in tailing ponds? Wow. No! Don't take me away, Belt. Damn it. What was that? Alright, let's dump. I really want to dump all this crap somewhere that it'll actually stay in the network, though. I guess I'm trying to get to the bus. I can just do that while driving a car. That would be pipe. That would be pipe too. Oh! Oops. Bus? I think I got to the bus. Nice. Whoops. There's the old station. Well, this car is... I can't empty it all. Hmm. You know how to deal with our excess blood now? What are we gonna do? Yeah, iron ore is processed still in the original setup. For this is like this one thing has provided all of the iron up here for like the whole thing. It's still being processed. This is what goes onto the train, and that's enough to support all of our iron needs still. Meat. Sprite variation makes those belts look so gross. That is a lot of construction bots going into the old base. I take it we are deconning things. Old chests. The bus is slowly dying, huh? Wait. Oh, wow. By slowly dying, I mean there's no buildings below the bus anymore. Nice. Okay, robots, do your thing. Looks like we're still not getting Kikal. And that's probably my fault. I set up the Caculk plantations and I did not export any Caculk. I will go fix that. Haha, you can't catch me. Stupid robots. Oops. Okay. I said, yeah, it only provides 5 to a chest, but that requires 5 robots to fly all the way out to the plantation, and then all the way back. Obviously, that's not enough to keep the Corlexes growing. Pretty much, the general rule of thumb I'm discovering should always be that, like, even if you build a self-contained system that's, like, takes product A through 5 steps and then ends up with product B. Every intermediate should end up in the trains. Because we never know when we're gonna end up needing some random part of it. Like yesterday, I don't know why, but I learned that fish oil requires tin grade 1, because why not? Not grade 2, not grade 3, not grade 4, not tin ore, tin grade 1. So it's very, very unlikely that someone took the time to export the tin, which is why I think I did. I ended up going to here, and I created an overflow so that it would actually store the tin grade 1 because we need it. And again, every step, probably the grade 2, the grade 3, all of it should be exported. Logically. That's what you've been thinking? Yeah. It just seems like... How many times are we going to do the same thing over and over again and then get surprised by it? Like, it's pretty common that randomly out of nowhere we suddenly need some other good. Like when I was trying to set up the Corlex breeding and I needed... Look at all this shit that I had to string together just to figure it out. And I should probably look it up. Like, I think this is the only source of sulfuric acid in the whole base so far. I didn't take the time to hook it up to a train. Whoops. Could've. Still could. Why is this... Why are these tailings not hooked up with the other tailings? You can get, unlike other stuff like a sinkhole, you can actually get the tailings back out from this, so not a big deal to put into a tailings pond. We lack Corlex food. Corlex food is not running because lack of fish oil. Lack of fish oil because all the fish are growing. No, they're not. Some are missing biomass. This locally produced biomass? Yeah, composting some of the fish eggs into biomass. It needs 4 biomass per second. This one machine makes about a third of that. This also makes biomass. This one also makes biomass. But together those 3 should be enough. But it's not, because this one's not running all the time. Because the fish eggs... Ah, I see the problem in the build. Ashnitz, I don't know if he's in game. I don't think I've seen his name in a couple days, but he set this up to keep this from going forward. When there aren't enough fish in storage, it shuts the line down. But that blocks like 1/3 of the supply. This thing, instead of getting fish eggs from this line, should also get from the main line. That way that one will run constantly, and then... Bum, bum, bum. Personally, I would have just imported biomass, though. Pretty sure we have a ton of biomass. Produced in biomass bricks. Yeah, we have 5 stations, 50,000 biomass, like... Why not just import biomass? The actual fish oil comes from the rendering of fish. The rendering of fish is not running because it needs more fish. We are doing what? We've got 50%. No filter. Ah. Okay, that's the other problem. So this line should, in theory, ensure that there is fish, but they don't have access to it. They only have access to this line. First line is the loop line, second line is overflow to consume. Wants to prioritize fish to fish eggs. The actual fish eggs are done. Over here. This one can't output because there's too many fish eggs, and we're burning fish eggs everywhere to make biomass. Is it just me, or are all these inserters backwards? No. Oh, that's crazy. Phytoplankton is a liquid? Huh. Do we just need another fish brick? Is that the issue? Where's this 1,000 fish supply coming from that this is asking for? Follow the red wire. It's reading this belt. I think it needs more than that. Let's count the number of sections. We've got 23, 53, 53 plus 12 plus... oh, like another 62... only half of the belt. Is this thing tracking the entire loop? I think it is. The only problem that I'm having with this, sorry if I'm being stupid or dense or something about it, but the only problem I have with this is that we're massively deprioritizing the production of fish oil in order to export fish. And we do need fish to make Corlex food. Right down here. But we also need fish oil. So if we deprioritize, like it's like we're doing 80% fish export, but barely letting any get slaughtered to make the fish oil. Is there a better way to make fish oil now, maybe? 100 fish oil from... nope. Gotta chop them up. Just gotta. No, it's not. It's doing more than 50. Like... look how few... well, maybe it is exactly 50. 1, 2, 3. Probably 3. Well, why don't I just change it to 2/3 ratio? For right now, I would rather have fish oil and no exported fish. So let's output priority. Let's force fish oil ahead of exporting fish. And if And then if we have enough fish oil, then we get fish. And if we don't get any... Because, like, the Corlex food is needed to make more Corlexes, but the Corlex milking is not ready to be turned on for a long time still. Actually, let's do 75-25. A little bit of both. Just in case there's other processes that really need. I doubt that it was about to fully stop, though. Right now, I mean, I guess technically a train could come. It wants to move 2,000 fish at once, right? I think we need more overall fish production. This station is like 700 fish away from demanding 2,000 more, so... But the fish oil. The fish oil, man. It definitely doesn't have enough raw fish to actually support constant slaughter. So it's not doing the 53 fish oil, especially if we're planning on exporting some percentage of those fish. We really need to make more. FYI EU5 beta drops tomorrow. Really? Biomass is needed to feed the fish. It should be changed to consume guts. It doesn't appear that the fish eggs need to, like, it produces more fish eggs than it needs. This makes 5 fish eggs a second. These all consume 4, so you have 1 fish egg per second in surplus. And each one of these, yeah, so it's, he actually has it perfectly ratioed to run off just the eggs. And we build more of it, though. True, yeah, and that's another way of looking at it. Instead of running 60 of these, we could run 75 of them, and then that extra 1 eggs per second that it's making would make more real fish. And then we would get the biomass. Honestly, I really think it'd be easier just to import the biomass. It doesn't matter, like, we don't need to make the logic for, like, oh, we'll take this part of the intermediates to make the biomass, and then maybe later we'll change it from eggs to guts, or what. No, we'll just ship all the shit into a train, and then we'll have a station that imports all of the shit that we don't need, and makes nothing but biomass, and then sends the biomass everywhere. Like, I think we already have that. I think we do have a biomass station. this one that's got 12k biomass, the Og Butchery. Yeah, this one has this whole row of stuff that just makes biomass from whatever. Products finished 0. Well, it has been an indeterminate amount of time. Let's see how this thing's been running. Been running for an hour and 35 minutes and 5 seconds, and every machine is still running. Milk is capped. We end up with a ridiculous amount of barrels? No. It just works. This thing's logic needs to replace the one that I built in the real world. Guess it's time to go update that. So I'm gonna want to reorganize like where these sit a little bit. Don't need that. Two, 4, 6, 8. 8 times 2.5. More than one belt. Am I there yet? Dang it, it's already taking me home. Try again. I wonder how many trains we have now. 71. That's kind of nuts. This massive base, massive system runs on 71 trains. I remember talking to Rygaard and he had like 200 something. Iverson works pretty darn well, gotta say. There is a turd related to the Porlex milk, I think. Remember that one that was about using the use all 8 deets? Did we already choose that, actually? Orlex upgrade. Use alt hits. We haven't researched it yet. Too much to think about. Alright, I need to fix this. I'll rip out all of the stuff. All of it. Because the new one just works better. And I don't want to have to try to make this system work after the fact. Easier to just start from scratch. I have too much stuff. There's some miscellaneous wires in there that are still hooked up. That doesn't matter too much. It'll be a pain to get rid of them. Easy to add wires using blueprints, but removing them, I don't know about that. We also are not making water over here. Just gonna do the milking, or the unbarreling here. Okay, that's all of the brains of it done. Let's go back in here and see what part we want. Don't need this, just need this plus the little bit of logic. Ugh, wrong button. Start with the very bottom one. Okay, that is looking like it worked just fine. It's reading everything. Now where it gets tricky is I've got to also make one for each of these. What I'll need to do, I think, is move this splitter back here. This thing can go over here for now. Okay, ba-bum. Okay, there's a lag time on coming out of the bottom of the warehouse up here, but I don't think it's going to matter. Actually, move this. We'll just get the top one working first. Ba-bum. This is supposed to hold the barrels. Okay, so we're adding some barrels to the supply. Put up 2, and it's gonna have its green wire, which apparently I can actually reach. Cool. You come over here. Hmm. This is where it might get a little tricky. I'm gonna have to wrong recipe for milk barrel? You are right. Font. Empty. Thank you. Lost all their wires. That's the problem with trying to, like, drag it from further away. Here, try to make this all fit in one straight line. Okay, and then this one needs to get wired specifically to the 3rd row. Run green here, 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 and we hook in right there. But we're also supposed to be tracking the alt, which we are. This is wrong somehow. I think. Well, I gotta do one more. Either way. Move this one. That one actually looks like it kept its wire connections, so we're fine there. That means I should be able to sneak the fourth one in here. Okay, next just need to have enough water rebarreling for this. We need 3.6 water barrels per second times 4. We need 15 total water barrels per second, which is 6 machines. Couldn't build down here because this is where the water attachment would, or fluid attachment would go. But I don't really have space otherwise. I need to send it back up. Can use water still. Should be plenty. Water. Ba-bum. Don't want to deal with inserters because they have a weird speed requirement, 2.5 per second. So we'll do double shoot system. Do litter, underground, shoot in, shoot out. Merge. That I think. Okay, this is barrels. Then this is water barrels returned. Water barrel. Okay. Huh. I'm actually showing power low. Satisfaction 2.1 gigawatts out of 9.4 gigawatts. What happened to power? Power is like real bad. Our high pressure steam turbines have turned off. Anybody know what that's about? Problem, you want new input barrels separating from circulating barrels. So what I need to do, right now I'm supplying only as much as 2,000 water barrels. That part's not a problem. The barrels that are made over here are slowly getting added up. We're only ever letting 2,000 of those in here. And then the barrels are being filtered off of each of the 4 production rows. Each one of these sets of logic is treating empty milk barrels and filled milk barrels as the same unit. So filled milk barrel times 1 output empty. And then empty regular barrels times 1 output the signal as water barrels. This looks like it's not getting any signal. It's supposed to be connected. I guess that would have been the pole. We connect it like that. Oh. No. Supposed to connect into the back of those two. I think this whole one seems wrong. I'm just gonna redo this one. This one I know works well. At least I thought it did. Maybe it doesn't, though. Maybe I broke it all. Ugh. Trying to move combinators. Make it work in a setup. Okay, I need to try to understand where the wires are supposed to be. Selector points directly to the thing. That still seems true. I think that part's right. Okay, this thing... does seem to be working, because it knows that it doesn't need more tephra. It's got way too many tephra fish. I need to... pull the belt. Fix it. When the logic was not set up right. It will, theoretically, it'll eventually fix itself, but I want to make sure everything's working before I leave this area. This one appears to also be working. It just wants more water barrels. This one is logicked up here. And it does not appear to be working. That one goes to there, and then we go up to here, and then... I think what it is I hooked the green wire into the back of the combinator instead of the pole. Bum-bum. What have I done? Just try it again. I clearly messed up a combinator somewhere. I am not going to be able to figure it out. So this one... I just did this one up here and it worked fine, and all I had to do was connect the wire to the pole. I'm confused. Why did they not have wires? Alright, think about this one more time. This one's fine. This one's fine. This one's fine. I need to connect to this. Which is the same as connecting to this. It's not a big deal. There we go. That one's saying it's got 2,000 too much tufra, 400 too many fish. That one's working too. That one's logic is this one. Okay. How is it looking now? Not negative. Third row still has too much stuff. This one is nicely balanced and happy, just needs lots more water barrels, probably still waiting on assembly. This one, too much stuff also. Okay. Another steel delivery so we can make more freaking barrels. Need about 1,000 more water barrels for that one, 500 for this one, so it's 1,500. 1,000 for this one, and 1,000 for this one. It's 2,500 steel barrels. 60 seconds in a minute. It's gonna take 42 minutes to assemble that many barrels. We should make a few more. You want to check it over, talk more? I'm mostly sure it works, but there could be errors. There are likely to be errors. What can I say? It's probably true. But I think I had to like move your combinators to fit the area. So I'll, just in case you weren't watching, I ended up shifting them around to deal with the inputs and outputs. The one that we care about, this is the bottom row logic. Sorry, not that one. This one is showing the actual need. And then row 3 is this one, row 4 is this one, and row 1 is this one. Kind of annoying how they're not all, you know, smart. Yeah, this one's got negative fish again. Okay, why? Or is it that I don't think I actually finished, I don't think I finished purging the third row's belts. I think it's just because I got lazy. One sec. Alright, third row should be good now. Assuming that that was the issue. No, fish and tufa are still going up. Also, I just can't seem to figure out these two on the bottom. I'm getting turned around on like where I'm supposed to connect the wire. I tried to make it skinnier so that I could actually access the deep deposit, and that has messed something up. But that's what you're for. You'll fix it, right? We have Corlex milk. So I can like merge all four of these just so we have a lot of Corlex milk storage. Don't really see why it'd be bad. There's no other fluid that we want to or need to do up here. I mean, it's frustrating. The top one's working like perfectly fine. How is it possible that one damn wire being in the wrong spot's messing everything up, you know? That's a lot of Corlex. Okay, where was the one I stole those from? You figure it out? Hopefully fixed it, although I think row 3 has too many fish on the belt right now. Yeah. Okay, I'll run and clean them up again. It's not a big deal. In theory, that should fix itself over time, but a lot of water barrels on the second row. Like a huge amount of water barrels. Where was the problem? How did you even figure it out? Wait. You mean the fourth row? Hmm. I did it twice, and I still somehow mixed up the signals or something. Hmm. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I see it now. Oopsie. 1,100 empty milk barrels. Um... Just tell me it's right, and I don't have to think about it anymore, because my brain's starting to hurt combinators. I like it. I like the, you know... We have 2,000 empty milk barrels in there. I feel like we probably overproduced those a bit. Yeah, that's clearly what we want it to look like. And it looks like this one is getting closer to that type of behavior. This one's still kind of got some big negative numbers. Is that one tracking actually row 3, not 4? Like, or is it one that says that it's got too much fish in Tufra? That's gotta be this one. Yeah, the milk barreling on the right doesn't even have the correct number of inserters, I think. Like, keep up. Right, so, we don't care about the wires here at all. We're just constantly unbarreling the milk. I think we do want to use faster inserters. Yep, that's why you need a filter, because it'll just unbarrel the water, derp. Alright, that should do it for the milk barreling. Looks like the squeeze machines. Ah, you want, yeah, we just, yeah, I remember now. We did give them a little bit more. I'm double checking, this one's far-handed, this one's near-handed. This belt's not rotating, that doesn't seem right. Why are the belts not rotating? I've never seen that behavior. If I go to the test world one, well, I guess this one's totally locked up too. That's bad. This has been running for 2.5 hours and it's completely gridlocked. There's an overflow valve, so it's not because... Huh. Yeah, I think we might want to tweak the total supply. Instead of doing 3 number of crafts per machine, just do 2. Get these numbers lowered. Let's let it try again, this time with less total supply. In fact, this is a pretty good situation to try running multiple. I don't know if you can do fractional values, but I'll try it. No, looks like it rounds down to 1. Okay, well that tests, bum ba bum. I'm gonna downgrade them all to 2x supply for now. Even though I don't have the confirmation that it's working better yet. Wait, shouldn't they be prioritizing the loop? So the loop can spin? Is that why? Is it something, is it just this right here that's causing the loop to not be able to keep spinning forever? Yeah, that makes sense, Martin Luther. Well, I did lower it, I just cut it by 50% from 3x supply to only 2x, so hopefully that fixes it, but might have to run around and grab stuff off the floor for a little bit again to fix the situation. Well, as finicky as the system has felt, just looking at it right now and looking at how many are green, it is working. Especially the top one. Top one's well built. Every single machine is placed and definitely getting more and more Corlexes brought over. There's now 28,000 Corlex milk. Well, what do we do with it? Well, we take it. We do this. We import guts. Guts becomes hydrogen chloride. Hydrogen chloride mixed with Corlex milk equals Cassian mixture and some wastewater. A couple of these things into this thing, into that thing equals Cassian. So whenever we're ready to do a big science build or something, Cassian can be made, and I think Cassian's going to be used for multiple other things too. Cassian can be made directly into a plastic bar quite effectively. Double check that this is all still ratioed well. Close enough. Is there any reason to use the 4 fluid requester now that we have the 9 fluid requester? Like, is it better? In terms of speed or something? I'm guessing it probably is. We're going to request Corlex milk, and that's it. The station is going to want to request guts. Why don't we do wastewater? No, these two are the same fluid. Okay, and then... Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we got to simulate that we've got Orlex milk being delivered, so we'll just grab this. Isn't that right? Bum, bum, bum. This is supposed to be water. Figure out the pipe connections that later. I'm not going to worry about trying to. Now, in theory, could. But I don't think I want to. This does only make two casting per second, though. Probably a better way to build this. That takes 13. If I could put 2 more. That's exactly 1 belt. Ba-bum. That does 75 of that per second. This wants that, so I'm going to need the same number of machines, which is going to be 15. Actually, you don't like the alternating thing. There is a reason to cross-connect this if I'm going to ever want to export it, which I might. Fancy mixture and wastewater. Okay. 2 of these machines. Try to organize it like this, I guess. Ba-bum. The Orlex milk. I bring down here. No pass through. Hmm. No, this is one of those machines where you're supposed to do the thing, right? Yeah, they reach like the perfect distance, so it's clearly meant to be that way. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we take Cassian mixture. I have no idea how many machines this is. I needed 30 of them, I think. This is 15, so this is 48. I just need this many of it. That's 30. Hmm. See if I can find a better orientation. Just give me... I need 30. I could do 6. Something that tall. That tall. Thinking about doing 2 of these now. Also missing pipes. Where am I? Yeah, I should probably still cross-connect these also. Excessive. You don't need both outputs, but it doesn't really hurt. Bum bum bum. That's not right. Why does this machine look like it's claiming to be able to pass? Oh no, that's the... right. That's the one. Derp. Okay, so we've got mixed pipes. The wastewater. That's the problem. Alright, let's look at this thing. It should look like one line, like 3 lines going all the way up, connected at top and bottom. And it does. Same thing with this one, except for just the 2 in the middle. For the sake of consistency, I want to make the water cross connect down here too. This one does the thing like that. Doesn't connect on this side, but it doesn't need to. But I want it to. That's not right. Okay. It's pretty. Okay, well, we've got our water. We've got... Muddy sludge needs to go. Powdered quartz. Okay, so then that's this all done. And then I needed 4 machines to do half of this, I think. I'm gonna be a very small bit of Cassian mixture off. But the belts are still at 30, so I'd have to do just like a little bit extra. Could add like 4 more machines. Do a little tiny ugly thing. That actually looks pretty symmetrical too. Oh, nice. We get a tiny bit of that. This whole thing is going to want... a lot more of these than I think I realized. I'm not going to have space for this. Hmm. How many is this? Like 20. I need a lot more. That is half of what I need. Hmm. Bit tricky. Just leave them where they are for now, I guess. Water. Yeah, that looks right. This looks right. I just need to get the Cassian, or the Cassian pulp 1. Is this line? Technically, I could save a little space here, but I think I'm gonna struggle no matter what I do here. Okay, this stuff has not come across at all yet. Alright, that's all those. I wonder if I should allow for these other fluids to be exported too. Like, are these used for anything? Disposal sinkhole only. Pulp stuff. No, they're never used. Okay. Where's an export then? Hopefully that ratio is correct. I don't know if it is. I need one more double column set. I'm gonna have to try to make more space. Shit. I think I can go here. Nope, not quite. No, I can do that. How did the water get in there then? Cross-connecting at the bottom or something? That works just fine, but otherwise, if I go over to the left one space, water gets mixed in. Because of this hitting that, I think. Okay, the one... this is also fucked the water up here too. Hmm. Hmm. How close am I to being able to fit it anyway? If I just had... I don't need to push it that far anyway. No Corlex milk, what? Oh, I guess I never hooked up the Corlex milk to that side. Oops. Damn it. Hmm. Tighten that one up a little bit. Would maybe save even more space if I didn't have the extra connectors on these sides. They're causing problems anyway. Let's settle in to just have connections on one side. The stuff coming from the left is only going to go here. And the stuff on the right will only go down on the other side. You're going from the left, you're going from the right. Now, because of that, I think I saved 2 rows, 2 columns. Okay, I'm off by 1 row. That outer belt is the fluid that I want, so this should be fine. And yet, every time it's not, because they're different size machines. Sucks. I feel like I can't tell if I've broken some of the pipes or not. I don't know what's going on with these now. It makes more sense to me when I can make a closed square, but I need this stupid space. It's right here. This is the problem, I think. Lines up perfectly. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna have to not get that less space. Getting there. Oh, I've got rail signals in the poop point. Alright, ratioed. That many machines. Are you shitting me? I still need another column? No. Fuck me. Why did I think I could fit it all? I'm running out of ideas to save space, so... Pretty sure this many of these needs how many of this? $33. How can I get this mod? Easiest way to get our pack is to just join the server for a couple, you know, just join the server, you'll auto sync. And then you'll have it. Well, the problem is that this many machines is also gonna, like, not fit over here either. That's only 11, I need 33. Part of me hates the fact that I could probably fit... I could probably make it fit. I could get one more of these in here if I did some jank shit, but I'm so tired of playing with pipes. Well, assuming that I had this added to this one. I need exactly 40 machines making Cassian. Which is a much prettier number. Hmm. Altogether, that's 20 cassine per second. So I guess we will want... to run to belt. I'm gonna have to hook this crap across. Or just deliver it. Kinda gross. Where's my floor grid? Because you've got 30 items a second, Ursel. We have stacked belt output, so you don't have 15 items a second, you have 30. You can do 6 machines per belt. See how when you hover over the belt it says 16 items? Normally the most items you can have on a belt is 8 in any single belt segment, but you have 16 because it's stacked. Yeah, mine's automatically stacked. Okay, well, yeah, this is much more compact and better than this crap one. Okay, probably should make it near the Corlex milk. Many of the belts appear to be backed up because... Too many empty barrels because... My barrel return is broken. Yeah, rather than mix the barrel return back in with the production, I think that these barrels need to just go in no matter what. Okay, do that, and then we'll do main row brick input output. I need to import guts. Wait. I need two side by side, don't I? I don't want to ignore resource deposits, but they're just freaking everywhere, man. This needs to request the fluid stage something. No, it doesn't really need to request fluid. I'll just pipe it over from the previous setup. Can't really hurt to have the requester provider stuff though. Okay, this monster is gonna go. I don't think that breaks the train stop. No, because I specified it in the test world too. Let's start by getting the robot grid built out so that the robots from the main base can come help. There might be tons that are doing nothing right now. I'm not sure what everyone else has been working on, but... Hey, El Profed Historia, thank you for your raid. 5,594 construction robots, all of which are busy. Never mind, I guess we've been building a lot of stuff. They're so slow. Jesus, how far away did they try to fly? Appear to be out of resources. Alright, let's also get this thing planned. Go get some resources and start turning that milk into Cassian, which I guess the main thing we're going to get right this second, the side packs, the Pi side pack 2 is still quite far away, is this new recipe for plastic. Right now we have 4 recipes that make plastic. One uses aromatics and syngas to make a single plastic bar. Oleochemicals with methanol makes 10. But this one, the Cassian with hot air and formaldehyde, will make 20. It's not much more per second, but seems like a much more efficient way of... Did I do old wall? No. How's it going? We're breeding Corlix. We started off with just like 4 or 5 today, but you can see that we're slowly filling in. Oh, I never gave that power, did I? Slowly filling in the Corlex in all the different slots. Except that we're out of Corlex food, because... no fish. We definitely need more fish. Hey, what are these items that we need a lot of? Centrifugals, centrifugal pan, mixers. Actually, let's just do this. Click new contents. Yeah, it's good enough, robots. Let's go build. I'll have my robots, right? Yeah. Nice. Talk more. Added more moss production. Used my auto set recipe logic. Good to see more moss. Now do the same, but with fish. I do wonder if we need to, like, still reconsider this whole one big giant construction network situation. Like, the longer and longer we play, the more ridiculous it gets. No? Instead, we could do, like... We could create a blueprint in the game library that is a temporary Roboport setup. And then just, like, personally take 500 robots out there, plus a whole bunch of supplies like I just did. A group with the resources needed to build a train block by hand. True. I mean, it's... Here, I'll set that up. That's easy to do. Blueprints. You want the whole... Just the block? There's just the block? A single block? Or do we want to do... with the station and all that? Yeah, it's perfectly acceptable to cut the connections between some bricks. Like, I did that in the mall. Right here. You can see that there should be a path there, and there should be a path here. Doesn't affect the trains at all to not have that. I mean, I can't say it doesn't affect them at all. It might affect them. Perhaps they are slightly slower pathing around in that area, but... Four bricks? Four bricks. Ursula, it seems like you're really struggling today. You keep on pulsing. You're being dropped. Too much base, huh? I should probably turn off some of my test stuff. Like, we don't really need to have this stuff running anymore, do we? Alright, so I had one last thing set up where I was doing tests with it at 2 supply, which is what the current real-world system's running at. All the machines are still running, but the belt does look overly saturated to me. But it's moving and everything's running, so 2 supply is fine. 1 supply, not everything is running. I guess we just leave it at 2 supply then. This is after 2 hours of time. Really like my clock. Cool. Let's just save Corlix milk as a blueprint by itself, but then make a smaller blueprint that's just the sushi logic. Because sushi belts seem like a good solution in this map. Thinking we might want to reset the test world at some point as well. There's a button up there to fully reset the sandbox. I don't know if that'll make it despawn all of the chunks, because it's spawned a lot of chunks within the test world that might matter. Okay, well that's almost everything deleted that I was working with. Except for current thing I'm building, so let's leave that intact. How many days ago did I start working on Corlex stuff? And I'm still, like, not any closer to doing science. Not really, like... like, we might have the Cassian, some Cassian, soon. But that's just one part of the science pack, you know? I think that doing it solo... If you just, like, if everything you did was more like what I had done here, where you're just trying to get one machine working, and we just had one PySciPack 2 machine making one PySciPack 2 science pack constantly, then it'd be fine. But, like, the way we're building with train bricks and everything, it might take a lot longer to actually get things started, but as soon as we do get the final build built to make the final thing that we need to make the science, we're gonna power through the pack very quickly. Like, all of the science, I think, very quickly. But if that's true, we're not playing with a science cost multiplier, It's just a normal multiplier. So why are we going for so much? Oh, right. Never mind. I forgot for just a second. Oh, it's because Talkmore made the train bricks too big. So we're all compelled to utilize the space. That's why. I mean, it happened to me with the Kikal plantation. I didn't use all of the space, but it was a pretty good large amount of space. Then it happened to me with the milking. That is well-utilized space. And then now it's happened to me here, where it's like, well, now I have all this milk, so I guess I gotta use the whole block. Otherwise, I'm wasting it, you know? Are we making, the bees? Do we have? Oh. Yeah, there's, 14 archods in there. In that one. If you grab those 14 and put them in the top machine where Purcell just pinged, this is a different recipe. Oh wait, no, it's got an arcade queen in there. Oh, it's not a different recipe. Why did this all get shut down then? We've got a queen. She's in there. Where was that recipe that we got that, like, makes queens directly? Yeah. There are 8 in the second machine. There are 14 in the first machine, second row. That's enough to run the queen 3 times. Looks like there's some sort of splitter happening that's not prioritizing the one that has... Like, the queen needs to stay with the stuff. This makes eggs. The queen is forced back out onto this middle belt, and she's sent this way. You know, it might be a better idea, Purcell, if you're willing to do any kind of, like, refit. Is, like, what if instead of having a belt that the queen sits on some of the time, what if you, like, reversed this long-headed inserter, and then you did this? So, like, if the queen's in the top building, it takes the queen out, and then this one puts it in that one, and vice versa. So that's just, like, in, out, in, out. That's what she said. Instead of having a belt, unless you need the belt for some reason. Well, how come the arcades aren't going to the first machine? No arcade nests. No arcade nests because no arcade maggots. No arcade maggots because no queen working. Well, if you've got it set up so that the... I assume that the arc heads are on the other half of this belt. Is that right? Got Red Hot Coke plus arc heads, presumably. Natural gas barrel. Well, where do they get their the actual arc heads then? Like, I don't see a belt where they're supposed to pick up. Unless it's... they share the belt with the queen? Looks like that might be the case. The top half of the belt. Well, not to be combative, but it doesn't work fine, because the queen's just chilling and there's no arc heads. Nothing's working. Nothing is running in the whole block right now. There are no maggots. There are no new arc heads being born. Not running. What I would consider is just like read the working condition of this machine. And then just disable the center belt unless that machine turns on. That way it forces the belt to stay still until the inserter can grab all the arc heads. And then only when it's running will it let the belt continue. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, this is a entity ghost note. Order. Course. $513. Oh, I'm not that far away from the arcade build. Always. Apparently I broke it. There she goes. Could have sworn I saw it pick her up. Am I crazy? It output onto the belt, and then I watched it go through underground, and then it got... I move the inserter. To over here. Because I just I want to minimize the amount of time you spend sitting on belts. But now I can't find her. Don't suppose she actually died. Oh, I think I know what happened. These chutes have a chance to unload the queen. The chutes don't work. Blacklist the queen. So this is saying dump everything here except for the queen, but the chutes ignore that. So the queen must have gotten onto this outer belt somehow. Found her. Silly goose. Make sure that he didn't have chutes on any of the other ones. I think I got the impression that I pissed him off or something. He was working on it all day, and then I gave him some grief about it, and then he quit. And he didn't really say goodbye, so I'm not trying to be mean. It's just not running, so, you know. This way it's just out in right away and she just stays here. You just stop the belt and then all the arcades forced to go into it. What is... Why is there honeycomb all the way down here? Or whatever that thing is. Okay, now I see. So this thing makes... How did it get so many barrels? Okay. I think the only thing that needs to change is, instead of chutes, it needs to use loaders. Get rid of the barrels. And I don't have any resources. Dang it. Dang it, I don't even have inserters? Yeah, I do. Outsert, insert. Oop. Any downtime. I'd love to see a few more queens. Just for security. I wonder if we can make some more of this cDNA and knock out another queen or two. Ba-bum, ba-bum. It's a small chance that she dies, but if she did die right now, it would not be ideal. These guys want archead nests. This is where archead nests are made. The maggots. Alright, so got arcade eggs going in here. Arcade eggs go from there to this block to this block. That's where they're coming out. Oof, it's so slow. Single mechanical inserter? The little larval things go down here and they go on a belt and then they get put into here. 30 eggs become 30 maggots. No cages. Don't need them. Okay. And then we end up with the maggots. The maggots go into this thing. But these ones get moved. To the left side of the far one. Okay. Well, the first 5 are running. I still think that there's a slight issue where this makes the archead nest. The archead nest then goes out onto the far side of this top belt. Half of all arcade nests are going toward trying to make another queen. 1% chance. The other half are going toward making actual arcades. I think that's the problem. If one machine's running constantly, I think that you need, how do I figure this out? This wants 1,260 arcades per hour. This thing making nests and then having 60 nests per hour. If it were just that one machine, spending half of them trying to make queens means you only get 30. I just don't think that enough of them are becoming arcades to even sustain the population at 50%. That being said, there are now 8 machines running. I'm also not sure where in the process the arcades are being added to logistics to get put into the machines. Well, again, I'm really not trying to like backseat game. I'm just trying to make sure that it's working because we're working toward getting science and we need this step. And one of the things that I'm concerned by is that we have all these, if you just look at all of these machines somehow have arcades in them, which functionally are doing nothing while they're just sitting, so like these should be being used. If they're not going to run, they should be being used to make more queens. Like more maggots, more eggs, whatever. I think that, like, it's the same problem that we had with, what are they called? It's the things that I was working on yesterday and today and the day before. you do want the robots to take these units, this entity, and go put it into machines, but not until you've got like the pup breeding going. And in this case, pup breeding is queen make maggot. But honestly, I think something small like just this one thing, just stop letting any creatures through. Don't let the archeheads through if this thing doesn't have enough to run. Hopefully it'll be better. I also think that there might be an issue, like I said, the 50% going towards the chance of being a queen seems... I don't know, maybe that is what you need. Considering we took a turd that makes it easier for us to make queens, it seems like we're supposed to just, you know, make queens that way. Not worry about the 0.1% chance or whatever. I think that's what this one is. Oh, that's 1%. Okay. Better than I thought. Alright, well, it's almost 5:45. I'm gonna have to wrap up fairly soon. How did this do at getting built out? Glad to have retrofitted the milk thing. Seeing that we have milk makes me happy. But... we're low on fish. We need another fish brick, and then I need to actually get the Cassian stuff fully set up. Boom. Nice. Except that they have no naphtha. Olg? Olg tried to help, but he forgot to consider that they need fluid. Well, is that true? He requested the delivery of it. It's just not being imported yet. Not true. We have a few stations with naphtha. One's at 48,000, which is not enough for a train. Huh. Refined natural gas. That's lit. It's trying to dump into a sinkhole, but natural gas apparently is not sinkable? Sinkholeable? Yeah, I'm gonna go down there and try to... I don't think I actually have... Damn it. I'll need to go back to the base in order to get resources. I'm completely out of stuff. Natural gas also wants... Refined natural gas and natural gas, I think, are both broken. Pretty sure we can use a vent, yeah. Just a disposal gas vent. But I don't have any iron on me, so I gotta go back to the caravan thing first. Mall, whatever. Good God, the base has become huge. I know, look, like, that's why I got so annoyed when I don't have, like, even a little bit of basic resources. It's like, damn. You know, normally you just, like, look at the next block over and open up a warehouse and be like, oh, there's some iron, there's some copper. But no, like, the number of products that we have that are being made in different places, like, I don't know where anything's made. Okay, go to manual mode for a sec. We're going to grab this. We're gonna rip up this. Not wired, right? Okay, and it turned off. So he's got it set up. JW set this up to vent above 25k, which seems to be perfectly fine. The other one that wanted to do it was this one. That means we should have naphtha production again. Nice. There's also more than 50,000 in here, but there's no pump to force the supply into the... Just to wait a little longer. How long is this going to take? It shut down because there's no raw gas. Raw gas is on its way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 75 naphtha per second with 47,700. Shouldn't take long. You know what I might also consider is, right now we're stopping this belt because it was not getting enough arcades to keep running the process, and that looks like it's about to trigger again. But I noticed that it is making them. There's 14 in this one, 14 in this one, 14 in this one, 3 in this one, 14 in this one. Let's change it from that to arcade count at least 7. 12. This is adding together 7 plus the con. Alright, just say needs to be at least 14 then. I just hate how this keeps happening. And you only have one queen, right? Like, it should be running absolutely constantly. There's a new batch. Not very many, though. That could cause problems. If that section gets full of wax or comb or whatever that stuff's called. Ugh, that's why I stress out with mixed belts. I can mess logic up so easily. Okay. Figure it out tomorrow. Warlock's food is lacking fish. Fish is a big problem. Did the naphtha ever get delivered? The hell? Naphtha's still just chilling at 54,000. Once again, raw gas. I mean, it does go through a ridiculous amount of raw gas, doesn't it? Good night. Each machine wants 125 raw gas per second, so 750 raw gas. A 50,000 unit delivery would run out in 60 seconds and only make 35 times 60, 4,500 naphtha. It's possible that there was already a delivery that I just didn't realize it, and that it's on its way back up to 45,000. These things want how much? 510 naphtha per second? Yeah, that's not going to run very long. I probably just missed it. Okay. Good day. Enjoy your evening, everyone. Happy Monday, or whatever today is. Good night.